aka third class. You know, third class is actually a gentleman who just graduated in university. So let me remove this, come here, then delete. I'm sure I want to delete, don't ask me. Okay, so let me come here and refresh. Yeah, this is perfect, right? I think everything is okay. So the next thing we need to do here, we have this. I wanna do something here, something very perfect. Okay, column. So here, let me say ID index. Index index number. So let me copy this, and here let me say this is tr, then so let me say width is actually 10%. Okay, are there any changes? I think in education, then after what I can do here, let me do something here. Let me put the color style. So let me put a background color. So the background color I want is 57 B2. So let us refresh. Oh, perfect. Jesus, this is amazing. Super. Okay, so I think this is what it should be. So what can I do is just to do something like this. Jesus, what I would like to do is actually, let me copy this, right guys, then after, oh, boom, 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 paste it here. Okay, ID index. No, let me cut this. Okay, and I paste it here. Oh, what is this I'm doing? Okay, so let me come up here. Okay, let me just choose to use inline CSS and remove this. Okay, remove this. Okay, Control S to save the changes. Boom, 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 boom. This is perfect for sure. Okay, so what I can do here is let me put the style. This is perfect. Then after we are getting there. Here I need to put another color. Institution. No. I know the color I should put here, not this one. So here, oh Jesus. So here, what is happening? let me change the color, and this color should be 0087, right? C3. So this is the color I want. Okay, so TR, anyways, I'm thinking of something. Just paste it. So guys, if you are tired, I'm also tired, so just make sure you complete this session. So let us refresh. Oh Jesus, what is this happening? Okay, one thing to remove here. Now this is a perfect, right? Okay, I don't know if this is looking awesome, but I think Control S to save the changes. Oh Jesus, what I want to do. So let us remain with something like this. So let me copy. Let me copy the style here. Paste it here. So we have something like this actual. Okay. Okay guys, so here we go. Let us put the color here. Okay. Okay. Let me set up hit 7. Okay. C3. This is perfect. Control S to save the changes in your browser. Refresh. Okay, this is perfect. So I would like to copy this and paste it here. Too many source codes. Yes. Okay. So once we refresh, oh, what is this? So it should be something like this. And the section of referee. Okay. More. So let us copy this. So let us paste it here. Kachang. Okay. I don't want width, so I just remove it, right? Refresh. This is perfect. I think I need the width. Should be factory. But I don't want this color code, so oh Jesus. So we need to change it. Okay. We are going to kill this project for sure. It is very, very, very simple. So I have just copied this. Copied that. I have just copied this. So refresh the browser. You can see how your CV looks like. So here it's just the matter of putting the color here, the color, and setting up the font size and the font. Okay. So here I don't see the font size padding. So here let me try out to say font size. Let me say 16 pixel. Okay. Okay. Jesus. At least now it is looking awesome. So let me put the font. Let me say 20. Yes. This is on top of our game. So do we need any font family, font style? I don't know. So let me try out the font family. What I want Vedana, Jevena, Tahoma. Okay. So let us refresh and see. Jesus, what is this? Is this a perfect CV, or we are just messing up with things? I think this looks awesome, right? So let's go with this. Is here any modification we can actually do? I think no. But I think yes. Here in referees, I want this referee. Let me show you what is actual. I can't explain for you, but you just see. I want to do something like this. Let me style here and let's say margin 0. Okay. I want this to be cross like I don't want this space. Okay. Jesus. Okay, also I don't want this space. Okay. So here in education, okay, this is education. So let me do something like this. Here, this is skill. Okay. So let us refresh. Oh, Jesus. Oh, this is perfect. But here I need a space. Okay, after biography, we can do something like this. Can put a space here, right? Control S to save the changes. How our CV looks like. I think it perfect. Let us add a space here. But we can sometimes. Okay, let me just paste it. But I think this is perfect, as you can see. But padding, 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 padding. margin bottom, let me put 25 here. Control S to save the changes. Oh Jesus. Yeah. Okay, so let me put it 30. Let me put it 35. Okay, but before we proceed, I would like to delete the cache so as to be sure of the changes we are making. Okay, so let us refresh. I think this is a perfect CV. So the last thing I said to you is to actually load this image from the backend. You know, the backend what? The backend database. So here, let me come up here in PDF template. So here I'm going to put if statement. So I'm going to do something like this. So if profile dot, so what is the name of the profile according to our model? So the profile is avatar. I don't know if avatar is, oh Jesus. What is this happening to me? I just want this, right? I copy it. So if it is present, we need actually to display the image, but also we can say image not loaded. Perfect. So here we need to end if. Okay, so I would like to cut this image. Okay. Oh, perfect. Let me remove this. Who copied this? Control S to save the changes, and let us refresh. Oh, perfect. There is image. So the next thing, if we have image, so let us display it. Okay, so the here it should be something like this. So this should be profile dot avatar dot URL. .url, Control S to save the changes. Boom. Jesus. Can see the image, what is happening. So this should not be a problem. Okay. What if I put something like this? I can still can see the image. So here, let me add something here. No image. Okay, you can see no image. So what we need to do here, let us open first of all, I want to do something like this. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. Boom, 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 boom. Control S to save the changes. Refresh. You can see this is the name of the image. Profile, asset, boom, 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 boom. So let us open up the setting. Let's open not setting actually. URLs. Okay, so here in URLs we need to import something. Okay, from Django.conf, from Django.configuration, we actually need to import settings. Okay, after that, from Django.conf, from Django.conf.urls, okay, .static, we need to import static. Okay, then after, here we need to write something like this. So we can say if setting dot debug if setting dot debug, so URL pattern, so URL patterns should be static. Okay, settings dot media URL we specified in settings. Okay, document root is equal to settings dot media root think it should be something like this. Let us Ctrl S to save the changes. Let us get back on our browser. Don't know what is happening. We can still can't see the image. Can see no image. So let me open up our model. Okay, so I think this should be right. Let us open settings. We have media URL. We have media root. So this should not be a problem. So let me try out to clear the cache. Okay, refresh. You are still not able to see the image. Okay, so if Ctrl S to save the changes. Image not loaded. Okay, just refresh. Let's see what is happening. Think this should bring error. No. So guys, I can see the error is persisting. So let me pause the video. Then once I fix it, I'll get back to you. But what I can say here, we're almost done with creating the CV. Okay. And this should actually not bother your mind. So as you can see, we are actually done with the creating of homepage, sign in, and the sign up. Okay. Once we sign in, the user is Motec, and the password is Motec. So once I sign in, you can see here we have create CV, view CV. Okay. So apart from having an issue or a challenge of loading the image, let's put it aside, then we'll fix it. Okay, because at the very end of this course we'll be winding up with the small things we didn't manage, but also we'll be trying out to polish our web application. So here we are now able to create the CV, view the CV. So the next thing, I don't know if I should implement the edit functionality. I'm just thinking. Okay, so as long as we can view, we can create, I think we have remained with two functionality, which is delete CV and edit CV. Delete CV is not it's not a case, it's very simple, but the thing, or the can say the one issue with the big issue is how we can edit the information of CV. And actually that is, those are the two or three functionality we have remained to wind up this course. Okay, we need the edit CV, we need the edit CV, we need the delete CV, and what is the last part? Edit CV, delete CV, and actually finalizing or polishing our different web application. I think let me pause this video and go there, get a breakfast. I'll get back to you later on. So let us proceed. After pausing the video, I think this might be a solution to our error. As you can see, oh Jesus, once I refresh here, let me run the server. Once I refresh here, you can see we still can't display the image. Okay, but let's make the following changes. Here put delete, and I think this should remain as it is. Okay, Control S to save the changes. Then here in views, let me remove this. Control S to save the changes. And let's try to refresh our browser. Oh Jesus, as you can see, we are now able to display the image of a profile. So here what next is just to polish our CV. Okay, here is just to polish our CV. Okay, the thing I can do here is, let me find this HR. Okay, as you can see here we have two. Oh Jesus, So let me find this line divider. Okay, I think we have only this once. Okay, so this is perfect, right? We are now able. So let me style this image. No, I think this is enough for sure. I wanted to do something here on our image. Okay, so here it should be if profile.avatar, then profile.avatar.url. So here what was the problem? I think once you put .vals, the URL attribute is, or it become row. Jesus, means we cannot oh, we cannot access it. So here let me do something. Margin, let me say 5 5 5 5. Control S to save the changes. Refresh. Oh, so here let me say, oh Jesus, let me say this. Control S to save the changes. Yes, this is perfect. Okay, and we can also increase the size of an image. We can increase the, let me put 20, and here let me put 20. Control S to save the changes. Then let us refresh. Wow, this is awesome, 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 awesome. So height, let me put 15. No changes. Are you serious? I think the image is too big. Okay, so here let me put 15, 10. I think this is enough, right? This is perfect. This is actually perfect. Perfecti, perfecto. Okay. So as you can see, this is how beautiful our CV looks like. Okay. How beautiful our CV looks like. So the next thing we are going to do here is actually to be able to edit. First of all, let us modify this page. Then we are going to improve the functionality of edit and delete, right? So that is. So guys, let us proceed with styling our dashboard or our home page, okay? So let us copy the content of home, right? So let me cross everything here. Okay, let me cross everything. So let us copy the content of home. I think this is index. Okay, this is perfect. So let us copy everything from here, and here in dashboard, okay, we can paste them here. How does it look like? Oh, poof. Okay, so what we are going to do here is, let me show you. This should take, copy this, paste it here. Okay, then after, just remove this, and here you can see it is coming. So here what we are supposed to do is so here we have create CV. What if I copy this, and here on get started, let me paste it here. Okay, and remove this. Control S to save the changes. Okay, so we have button to create a CV. What if I add another button? Okay, that's perfect, and this is actually what I want. So here we don't have to bother with everything from here up to the top of our dashboard.html page file of course. So let us control S. This is perfect. So you can see once I click here, I should be able to create a CV. So this should be create a CV, and this button should be edit CV. So instead of create, this should be edit CV. Edit CV, and it should have the button success. That's perfect. Refresh. So this is edit CV. So the edit CV should render the following page. So let us create HTML page for this. So here we have responsive template. Let us copy everything from here. All right, guys. Then after, let us create another file, which is edit cv.html. Paste the content. Copy this. Paste it here. Control S to save the changes, and also okay. I can wish to remove this. Open up views py file. Let us create a view which is edit CV request. Okay. Return render request call. Then this should be edit cv.html. Perfect. HTML. Then in URLs here, so what I can do, let me copy this. So this should be CV edit. This should be edit CV. Perfect. This should be edit CV edit. And let us copy this. Let us copy this and paste it. So here in dashboard. Okay, so this is edit. So let us paste this. Control S to save the changes. Then after, let us refresh this page. CV edit. So here in URLs, Control S to save the changes, then after refresh the page. So this is perfect, right? So we are having something amazing like this. So now you can see this is edit CV. So what we can do here in edit CV, we may wish to say that we just want the half page, something like this. Then after inside, let us create a table. Div. So here the class should be table responsive. Table responsive. Then after inside, let us create our table, and the class for this table should be table bordered. The ID is data table. The width is almost 100. Oh Jesus Christ! Width. The width is almost 100%. Right. Then cells spacing should be 0. Right. Cell spacing should be 0. Then after here we need to have table head. So inside the table head we have table row. Inside the table row we have table heading, and here what we need exact here, I can say name, copy, okay. I can say this should have name and action. Okay, so let me try to do something like this. This should have a name and action. So, and here let us put it table body. So here in table body we should have table row, and we should have table data. Okay, that's perfect. Let us Control S to save the changes and see how our table looks like. So we have name and action. Okay, so here name, this should be profile. After profile we have education background. We can just say academics. After academics we have we have referees. Okay, so here what I think, let us remove this card. Okay, so I would like to copy this and paste it. So the first row will be for academic, should be for profile. The next row should be for academics, and the last should be for referees. Control S to save the changes. So this is what it should be. Name academic. So here, let me copy, paste it here. So this should be edit, and this should be delete. This should be delete. Okay. Control S to save the changes. So here I refresh. So this is going to be, here we need to add a button. Okay, edit button and a delete button. So here, what we can actually do, let me see. Let me show you something. Academic. Okay. Add another. So you can see how it looks like. So what we need to do here is, I want a button here. Okay. Button. Here, let me say this is edit. The class of this button, let me say this is btn sm btn primal. Control S to save the changes, then refresh. Okay, so this is edit. Okay. Let me just put btn primal. Okay, perfect. So what we can do here, just copy this. Okay, so here, just copy this. Add another button. So this is going to be danger, and the name of button is delete. Okay, I think this should be, okay. So this is edit, this is the delete button. Copy this. Copy this. Control S to save the changes, right? So this should be delete. This should be danger. Okay, so here in academics, copy this. Let us remove this. Okay, so let us refresh. So here, as you can see, in a profile, user can edit or can delete. Edit. On academic, user can edit or delete. Okay, so let me come back here. You can see we are moving and we are getting there. So if user click edit CV, then user can choose to edit a profile, right? Edit academics or education background. Let me just put it education background. Okay. Education background. Okay, so this is how it should be. So we are starting to implement the edit functionality of a profile. Okay, and here, this is actually what is going to happen. So what we can actually do here, okay, first of all, this is edit. So I give the ID of this. So this is profile edit. Let me say this profile click. Okay, copy. Then after, let us come here and create a profile like let me say edit CV script .html, and here let's do something like this. Okay, document.read function. Okay, console.log document is ready. It's ready. So we need to include this in edit CV. Okay, we need to include this. So it is edit CV script. Okay, so right click and inspect. So here on console, unquote document, excuse me guys, this should be document dot ready. Okay, then let us refresh. You can see document is ready. So what I want to achieve here, I want to track this button. Profile click. console.log click. I can say profile click button clicked. Quickly. Okay, right guys. Control S to save the changes. Okay, then let us refresh. So what happened once I click here? Okay, I know how to do e.prevent default. Control S to save the changes. Refresh. Once I click edit, okay, now we are no longer need this. Okay, but here we need to do something. Okay, need to do something. Okay, okay, here going to specify the URL. Here we are going to specify the method, which is post, and here we are going to specify the data, which is data. Then after here we are going to have a success function. Then we are going to pass in the data. After that, what we are going to do here is do something like this: fname dot val, okay, is equal to data dot fname. Okay, so let us go. What's next here is me add input here, type, let me say this is the text, right? Then the value should be request. Let me show you where to get the value here. So let me say this is request dot user dot cv dot id. Control S to save the changes. Then I think this should be some. Control S to save the changes. Then after, let me say this is index, right? Let us refresh. Okay. Control S to save the changes. Wow, this is perfect. So this is actually the CV ID of a user, Motec, and once I come here in CV, this, let me go in CV. Here you can see user ID is 1 and ID is 1. So what we actually need here, let me say this is hidden. Okay, hidden, right? Then after ID is, I can say this is the CV ID, right? Control S to save the changes. Then after, once you refresh here, you can see we are good to go. So the purpose of doing this is first to display the CV ID of a user in our HTML in in our JavaScript. Okay, so here I can say let ID is equal to think is cv.id cv underscore id dot val, then console.log. Here we can say the CV ID is ID. Control S to save the changes. Let us refresh. Okay. Once I click edit, you can see CV ID is equal to 1. I caught error. No worry. I don't care about this. Okay. So this is the CV ID. Then after, if you open up another, this is create CV. So another thing we needed to do here, actually let me copy this. Okay, but I think this is not a form. Okay, so let us go. So this is ID, and here on data, let me say ID is equal to ID. Okay, after that, let us create a view. Def I can say click profile, request, no, let me say this is fetch profile because it helps us to fetch the information of profile. Then after, let me say ID is equal to request. Okay, so let me say this is request.post.get ID. Okay, so let us print, this should be CV ID. So let us print CV ID is okay. Control S to save the changes. All right, guys. So open up URLs. So we need this, and it is in the path of edit CV. So what we can do here, copy this and paste it here. Then after, here we can say fetch profile. Fetch profile, copy, fetch profile, This should be fetch profile. Okay, so let me copy this and paste it. Okay, then after here, what we need is I think I should return. Let me say return HTTP response hi. Okay, so let us refresh this page. Once I click edit and quote data is not defined, so no worry. Can come here in my script. Okay, let us refresh this page. Once I click edit, data is not defined. Where is that? Okay, so this is data. Which line? Okay, this is data. Should be something like this. Okay, let us refresh. Click this button. You can see forbidden. Okay, so if it is forbidden, what we need here is to add the CSRF token. Okay, we need to add the CSRF token middlewares. First of all, you can see token is missing. So here we have create CV. So this is the CSRF token. Copy it. Okay, paste it here, and this should be, don't know if this is the correct way to do it, but I'm guessing. So this should be CSRF token. Okay, so let us refresh this page. Click on edit. Perfect. Okay, so once we come here in the backend, CV ID is 1. Okay, once I click here, okay, let me show you something we can actually do. Okay, so it cannot redirect to another page as what we have instructed the program to do. We instructed it to return HTTP response. Okay, but it can't. So let me say return render. So this is requesting. This is core. This is index.html. Let us try this. Okay, once I click edit, I can't go anywhere. Okay, but what I supposed to do here, let me do something like create CV script. Let me close this. Okay, this is dashboard. So let me copy. So what you want here to do is to copy everything from this form. Okay, copy everything from here. Okay, and come here in our edit CV. So here is where the table ends here. So let me paste this. Control S to save the changes. Alright, so this is perfect, right? So I can do something here. So this is the form. I can add some styles here, like display none. Okay, style display should be none. Okay, and this should be edit profile form. Edit profile form. Copy it. Once we refresh here, you may see we are not able to see this. Okay, something is missing here. So this should be inside the div. Okay, and this should be the class of the div. No, you can just put style display is equal to none, right? And here, so let me take everything. This is our form. Copy, paste it here. Okay. So this div should have attributes of display none. But now let us this. You can see this div, right? Okay. Perfect. So display should be none. As you can see, it will disappear in a thin air. Then after, I need to put ID of this div. ID. I can say fetch profile, right? So here, so on a click, we first need to display this. Dot show. So here refresh. Once I click edit, you can see. Okay, but here I should have the close button. here. After save, Control S to save the changes. So click. This should be success. Okay. Copy this. And here, what we can do is something like this. Dot click function E. Okay, so we need it to hide it. So what we want to hide is this. We want to hide the div. What is the name of the div is fetch profile. So copy this. So we hide it, here we show. You might think that this is a magic, but here there is no magic. So what happens once I click edit? And what happens once I click close? Off. Okay. So let me come up here, show you. Okay, CSRF token missing. No worry, no worry, no worry. So here, what we can actually do, first of all, profile.close. That's perfect, right? Okay. So here we go. So after that, what we can do here is actually do something like this. So here in our view, what we needed to do is let us use try. So try profile, user profile, okay, is equal to profile dot objects, okay, dot get CVID, not CVID, can say user ID. Yes, it should be CVID, which is equal to CVID. Or here we can say this is ID. Okay, so this should be profile. After that, what we need here to do, you can say user profile user profile, first of all, user profile underscore profile is equal to list user profile. Then after, we need to return JSON response. Return JSON response, and here inside JSON response, we need to take this, which is user profile, right? Then paste it here. After that, you need to say exception as e. Okay, can just copy this and paste it here. So here I can say status is equal to 0. So the status is 0. So you can see this is unreachable code, so we need to remove. Totally delete them. Control S to save the changes. Then after, first of all, let us refresh this page. The next thing we need to do here, as we know that this is fetch profile, and here in the URL is fetch profile, so we are in right path. So here I can do something like, we can do actually something like this. Okay, so let us refresh. Nothing. So once I click edit, okay, so let me inspect here. Okay, come here on console. So let me see in the backend what is happening. So CV ID is equal to 1. Okay, so in the backend, let us print this information of a user. So as we can be sure, so let us print, say user profile. User profile is user profile. So let us close this, refresh our page, click edit. So what is happening? Totally don't understand. ID is 1. I don't see this added code. Try. So I think it brings an error here. There is error. Object profile. So here, let me say dot filter. Control S to save the changes. Then after, let us refresh our page. Click on edit. Oh, perfect. So user profile is Moses. So here, what we needed to do actually is to come here. Okay. So this is edit CV. Okay. And here we have a name, right? So first of all, Jesus, excuse me, guys. So here we need to pass data. So as I think we forgot to pass this. So once I click edit, nothing. But what I want here is to, let me say console.log data. Okay. So let us refresh, click edit. Status is 0. Okay, so profile.objects. So let us open a model profile. See, CV is equal to 1. So why can't we filter? Okay, CV is equal to ID. Why can't we do this? Safety exception as E. So let me try to see what is the problem. So let us refresh, click edit. Status is equal to 0. Like serious? And here I can see user profile is so let me do something like this. So let me remove this. Let me remove the try. Control S to save the changes. Let us get back on the browser. So let us try to click edit. Internal server error. So what is this error? Okay, so let us try to comment this line. Refresh. Click on edit. So we are still facing an error. Okay. Okay, so let me see. So let me see. What if I say hello? Okay, let us refresh. Click on edit. So you can see user profile is hello. Okay. So I think there is a problem here. There is a problem here. Okay. I've tried to do something like this. Oh, okay. I try another method. I think the correct way to do this is let me show you. This is let me not, let's say this is not let me show you. Let's say this is fname, and here this is user profile.fname.fname, right? Control S to save the changes. Click on edit. You still see the internal. User has no attribute fname. Okay, so let me pause this video and debug to see what is holding us behind. So after debugging, I have noted there is an issue here. So let me come back here. Just refresh. Once I click edit, you can see we get internal server error. Okay. So the first thing we needed to do here, just remove everything, and then let us use get. Okay. Refresh. Click edit. You can see we are able to see the name, which is Moses. So what we needed to do here is we need to have something like this. So this is should be profile is equal to, then information inside the object, then after we needed to render the object. So here if we want the last name, let's say we want middle name, right? So middle name must be mname. So once I refresh here and I click edit, you should be able to see no. So I can come here. Here I can say mname. This is mname. Copy here. This is lname. Last name. So this is last name. Here this should be email, country, region. So this is first name, mname, lname. Let me say this is email. Oh Jesus. So let me say this is email. Okay. This is actual country. Okay. This is actual region. Copy. This is actually bio. Okay, name, region, bio, email, phone. So this should be phone. And here this should be okay, I can say this is DOB, date of birth, right? Control S to save the changes. And after in our views here, we have a work to do. So just copy this. To make it clear, we can do something like this. Okay. So this is first name. Okay, this is for L name, last name. Okay. This for email, country. Oh Jesus. This for email, country, region, phone number. So this is first name, middle name, last name. This should be for email. Okay, this should be for phone number. Okay, this should be for bio. This should be for DOB. Okay, after DOB, country, region. So this should be country. Okay, this should be region. Control S to save the changes. Okay, so let us refresh this page. Perfect. Once I click edit, you can see the information. Okay, we have almost everything except occupation and the file. Okay, so here occupation, this should be for occupation, and here this should be for, after occupation, this should be file. Control S to save the changes. One more, please. Once I click edit, still I can't see. I think there is error. I think it is because of file. Okay, so let me remove this. Control S to save the changes. Click on edit. We can actually see information, all information. Okay, so that's perfect. So the what we need here is to update. So this button should be update. The name of button should be update. Update. In short, update, the function profile update should not be far from profile save. Update. So profile. Okay. So here in I can find create CV script. Okay, so I can take everything here. Okay, I can take everything from here, copy, and I paste it here. Think there is error. What is happening? So let us copy. This should start here. Think up to here, right? So copy this and I paste it here. What is error? Anyways, can you see how sometimes copying and pasting becomes a difficult task? So let us copy this, right? So here, this is pretty simple. I think it should be something like this. Profile update. Here I need to console.log update button clicked. Okay, so let us refresh, edit. Once I click update, you can see update button clicked. Perfect. Then after, the next thing we need to do here is to copy everything from here up to here. Okay, so here let us turn edit CV. So let us say our form is U form, as it was U form. Okay, after that, let us take the Ajax, copy, then after paste the Ajax here. Perfect. So here we are just going to change the backend. Copy this. This is one of the easiest thing we can do. So this is the save profile, and here this is upload profile. So here in upload profile, boom 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 boom. Yeah. So this is upload profile. I can copy this. So instead of being upload profile, it should be update profile. Boom 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 boom. Yeah. Delete unused source code, so as we can have clean code. Boom 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 boom. Okay, that's perfect. So this is going to be update profile. Update profile. Then after here, we need to have just one profile dot objects. Update. Okay. Dot filter. Dot filter. I think it should be dot filter dot update dot filter. So we are going to filter by CV ID is equal to ID. dot object dot update. Okay. So it should be something like this. Here, as normal, as usual, I want to get there is ID. First of all, I would like to receive ID, which is request. Okay. Dot post dot get bracket ID. Okay. So here, this is edit CV. Want to get the ID. You know how to get the ID, right? The CV ID, as we did here. So just copy this CV ID. Perfect. Then after, just paste it here. Okay. Then after, here in append, copy this, paste it here. Are you still watching this tutorial, guys? Don't run away. So it should be something like this. Okay. Then after, the URL for this should be edit CV edit, then a profile update. Are you guys still watching this tutorial? I'm not so sure. If you are watching this tutorial, please comment below. So if you are serious watching this tutorial, I would like to see your comment below. So this should be update profile. Update profile, and here it should be update profile. Update profile, and the name as I have written here, Jesus, it should be update profile. Profile save. What is this? It might be confusing. I might be confusing dancers. So profile update, let us copy this and paste it here. Okay, then after, let's get back here. So let us try out to update the information. Okay, and once we have successfully updated, you would like to close this form, close the div. Okay, so to do that, we need to actually copy this, and once the success, okay, before complete, once success, okay. So let us try to update the information. So click on your profile. So here, let me say this is Moses. Updated. Then after, click update. Okay. I don't know. I'm not so sure if we have successfully updated it. So let us refresh, click on edit. Oh, Jesus. We are done. We can now update the information, right, of a user. So the next functionality we are going to cover here after me getting lunch, you can see it is 1 past 10. So the next functionality, the next functionality to implement after me getting a lunch is a delete profile. Then after will come up with edit background, education, and referee. Okay, but once we update here, I would like to show the, okay guys, I think I can't talk. Okay, so this should be update result. I can't talk guys. So edit, so where is the table? So under the table here, let me say hi, refresh, hi. So here it is where I'm going to put my div. So this is going to be class update result. Okay, so let me do something like this. Update result, remove this, Ctrl S to save the changes. Then let us refresh. So once I click edit, so let me remove this, copy, let me say this is updated, this is updated. So once I click update, still can't see the message here. Okay, the purpose was to copy this, and once, oh Jesus. Okay, so Ctrl S to save the changes, then after let us refresh. So once I click on edit, okay, you can see updated. So let me remove this and this, so we remain with no updated. So once I click save, profile saved, so here it should be profile updated successful, profile updated, profile updated successful. Okay, so this is perfect, and you can see once I come here and I try to view my profile, okay, once I come here on dashboard, try to view my profile, oh Jesus, there's no button to view the profile. Okay, so let me create it before I step out of the session. So here we have, this is our dashboard. We have this button for create. We should have a button for view, and this should have info, class info, right? So this should be view CV. This should be view CV, and let me check in our URLs here. So the view CV was created a long time ago. So what was that? It has ID. So this one, CV detail. Okay, so let me copy this and actually paste it here in dashboard. Okay, so if this is view CV, it will be something like this. Then ID should be equal to request dot user dot cv dot id. Okay, so let us refresh. Oh, so create view editing. So let me click on view, image not loaded, but here you can see my names are updated. So if you can see image not loaded, so let me update the the image. So let me get back here. So now we can create perfect. we can view, perfect, but also we can edit, right? But here, let me show you something. So this is dashboard. I want to show you a certain magic, so as we can be very smart once the image or the profile is not loaded. So here we have edit CV. Okay, so here else I would like you to copy the image, copy this. I don't want this message, put it here, and what we can say here is static. This is going to be image slash avatar think.png, right? So let me come here in our resource, no, in media, profile, no, in our resources, image, okay. I'm looking for avatar, so let me come here. So let me come here. Profile, and let me copy this. Okay, so before we proceed, let me also paste it here in resources. Okay, then after, in our project here, static image, let me paste it. So this is avatar.png. So let us refresh. Okay, so let me get back here, refresh, click on view, no image, what's wrong? PNG, PNG, Control S to save the changes, then refresh. What is this happening? So this is static. Maybe I don't know how to load the image, of which is not true. So let me try to put this image 1.png. Okay. Oh Jesus. Think the sparing. So this should be a default profile for a user who has no a profile. But if user want to update, user should be able to choose he or her profile. So let me say I want this profile, then update. Okay, so but I think here we need to add the view button to view. Okay, need to add the button here to view. Okay, so let's come here. So here we have edit. So let me copy this and paste it here. This should be view. Oops. Okay. Let me remove it. Sometimes complications are too bad. So let me get back here on our dashboard and the view CV. Right. So this is perfect. Right, guys. So this is perfect. So what next is when I come back from lunch. When I come back from lunch, we are going to implement delete CV or delete profile functionality. Then after, the rest of this functionality are the same as here, so we'll kill them within a very short time. And actually we are going to an end of our course, okay, because we are almost done. View, edit, delete. But here on creating CV, we'll make some modification, okay, few modification before we close up this session. But I'm so happy to teach you coding from the scratch. I don't know how to explain it, but I think this is going to be 10 hours long tutorial. I've never done this before, but because of your comment and because I care your comment that teacher, sometimes the tricks you are using to teach are very advanced, so try out to find the methodology or the trick for beginner. So this is what okay guys, let me not talk too much. Let me go to get lunch, then after I'll meet you, okay? So guys, I'm back, and I had, of course, enjoyable lunch. So here we proceed, right? So here we're going to implement the delete functionality, okay, delete button. But before we proceed, here is what I actually want to achieve. So here I would like you to copy this and paste it here, right? Then after, here what I would like to do, so this is dashboard. So what I would like to do here is to copy this, boom, okay. Then after, I would like to paste it inside, then Control S to save the changes, right? So it should be something like this. ID button click, so I don't want this ID. Okay, this should be view, right? Then after, here should be edit, copy, this should be view. Control S to save the changes. Then after, let us refresh. Okay, so once I click on view, you can see I'm able to view my CV. Let me get back here. Okay, so here we go. So this should be button success. Okay, let me say button success. BTN success. So it should look like this. This is perfect. Then after, let us copy this and paste it. So in education background, before delete, we need to view, right? And here before delete, we need to view. Control S to save the changes. Okay. So let us refresh. So this is perfect, right? So let us implement the delete btn. Okay, so what we can do here, there is nothing magic, but okay, there's no magic here, but what I want to achieve here is, let's open up that is script, CV edit script. So let us try if we can track once the delete button is clicked. Okay, so here ID, I can say del btn. Okay, del btn. Okay, should this be right or we are messing up? So so once user click delete, will delete the whole profile, right? Okay, let's go. Yes, should be that way. So let us copy this. Let's see if we can do something. So let me remove this. Let me paste. Oh Jesus, what is happening? So let me copy this. After copying this, what else should I do here? Del bit n. So this is ID. Then after here we can say let us console.log. Then I can say delete button is clicked. Delete button is clicked. Control S to save the changes. Then after, let us refresh our page, inspect. Once I click delete, what is happening? So once I click delete, oh, what is this, guys? Oh, Jesus. So what I can do here, let me cut this and paste it here in profile delete. Control S to save the changes. Then after, once I click like this, you can see button is clicked. So the next thing we need to do here is actual. So we are going to delete. Let me see the profile. So we are going ID is 4. So we are going to delete profile by using CV ID. So the game is just the game is the same. So what I would like to do is take this, okay, copy this, then paste it here. Control S to save the changes. Refresh. You can see CV ID is equal to 1. Then after, it is almost like here. So we have nothing more to do than copying and pasting. So this is our data. Right, so this is our data. Perfect, we have it already. So what we needed to do here, so URL should be profile delete. Right, the method should be post. The method should be post. Then after data should be data. right? So I want it to be like this. Okay. So success function, okay, success function. So success function copy this success function, paste it here. We can tell a user that the flow file deleted is successful. Control S to save the changes. Okay, flow file delete is not there. So let us create a view. So this is going to be delete profile bracket request. Okay, let's copy this, paste it here. Then after, the next thing to do here is can say user profile is equal to profile dot get bracket, okay, profile dot objects dot get. So we get by CV ID is equal to ID. Then after, user profile dot delete to delete the profile. Okay. Okay, after deleting this, we need it to return. If request dot I think no need to put this. Okay. Okay, so if request dot method is equal to post, then after do the following. Then after return JSON response status okay, else copy this, the paste it here, change the status to be 0. Control S to save the changes. Then after delete profile should come here. Let us copy this. This should be delete. This should be delete profile. This should be profile delete. Control S to save the changes. Copy this, copy the name, and paste it here. Control S to save the changes. Okay, now it should be okay, right? So once I click delete, okay, profile deleted successful. Okay, profile deleted successful. And if I click view, I should get error. No, I can see all the information except the profile information. Okay, so that is, we have covered how to, in short, how, if let me click edit, nothing. Okay, if I say no L, click update, there is error. I can't update if I don't have a profile, right? Okay, so here, let me see, edit profile. Okay, so let me get back here, refresh. Okay, once I click view, once I click create profile, okay, I can okay, profile created. So sign out here, let me add home. That's why I get navbar. So let us copy this. So this is home. This should be index, right? So once I click on home, at home, I should not get here, but dashboard. Control S to save the changes. So this is dashboard. So once I click on view, you can see I can view my profile. Once I click on edit, I can come back at home. So we have covered how we can edit profile, view, and delete, right? So the next information, or the next thing we are going to do is education background. Okay, education background. So let me click here. As you can see, education background looks like this. So we are going to display it by using loop. Okay, so here, so this is edit, right? Edit. Once I click here, so education background. ID, we can give a name like education creek. Let us follow the conversion. This is a profile creek. This should be education creek. So this should be edu creek. Okay. So let me come here. Okay. I think here we have don't have education. So let me do something like this. URL education view. Control S to save the changes. Then after here, education view, right? So this should be return render request /education view .html. Education view .html. Copy this. Perfect. Right. So let me come here. Copy everything from here. Then I paste it here. So this is education view, right? So in URL here, oh Jesus. So this should be edu view. Edu view. Education view. Edu view, right? So let me copy this. Okay, so where is edit? So let me paste this, right? Control S to save the changes. Then after, let us refresh this page. So once I click edit, edu view, right? So once I click view, that's perfect. So once I click here, as you can see, first of all, let's come here. So here, let me say this is request.user.cv.id, right? To get the CV ID. So here I can print the CV ID by saying CV ID is CV ID, right? Okay, so let's get back here. So refresh, click on edit. So once you click there, you must be able to see CV ID is 1, right? You know what is next? Because we are dealing with education information, so let me find academic. Jesus. Oh, so user academic. So let me copy this. User education. So user education context is equal to so here let us put context. Control S to save the changes. Then after, what we actually need here is a table like this. Okay, so I can take this table, copy, come here in education view, right? So this is going to be 6. Control S to save the changes. So this is education. So here this should be navbar. Control S to save the changes. And after, let us refresh. Okay, academic.filter CV ID. ID expected. Okay. Can show you something here. To state that ID expected. Okay, let us refresh. So let us come here, refresh, click on edit. Failed expected but got. Okay, so this is academic. So here in academic, okay, so let me see. What if I say CV ID is equal to 1? Okay, so this has no problem. Oh, so CV ID should be okay. So guys, so I think I'm drunkard. I think there is no need even to put something like this, right? This is a CV ID, and here it should be ID, right? Refresh. Okay, we're supposed not to see the error. So the next thing here is education view. So inside of this table, we needed to have institution year and award. Okay, so this should be institution. This should be year, and this should be award. Perfect. Then after, let us remove this. After that, we should be able to remove everything here. So let me remove this row. Right, let me remove this row. Okay, then after here, you can just leave this. And here, if user education, right, and if, okay, for educa in education and for, right, then after, let me take this row. Then after, paste it inside, paste it here. Control S to save the changes. Then after here, what I need to do is to put something like this. This should be educa.a institution. So let us refresh. Oh, so click here, educa, so no worry. So if user if use education, educa in education, so this should be end for. Okay. Okay, let me see. Okay. Still the changes are not reflected. Okay. This should be for. Control S to save the changes. Now we have silenced the error. So you can see UDism. So what I actually need, okay, let me paste it. So this should be a year. This should be hourd. Control S to save the changes. Then let us refresh. You can see UDism, Harvard, year, hourd. Here we have edit. So let me put edit and delete. So this should be edit. This should be delete. Right, let me copy this, paste it here. So edit should have warning. Control S to save the changes. Perfect. So it should be like this. Okay, so this is education. So if someone wants to edit here, can achieve this on just this page, right? And if user want to delete, I can achieve at this page. Okay. So what I can do here, to me, something I want to put here. Okay. No worry. But here, inside the row, can put input. Okay. I can put input, then type text, then a value should be what is the value? So what I want here, so this has ID, no, okay, I want to achieve something here. Okay, anyway, let me remove this. So here, this button, here, let me say this is data ID, which is equal to what educa.id, educa.id. So let us refresh the page. Okay, so let us proceed here. We can start with edit. Okay, can start with edit. So here on edit, so this is education, educa edit. Okay, so here let us remove this. So here what we can do, so the one who will follow this course to the end will be a legend. Okay, and you will have done a very great job. So this is function. Perfect, right? So what I want to do here, let id is equal to okay this dot okay, so data id console.log okay, I can say education ID is, I put ID over there, right? e.prevent default as normal as usual. So let us refresh this page. So once I click, edit, what is happening? Okay, once I click edit, okay, let me pause the video, then I will proceed. So I don't know what is happening, because once we click edit, oops. So I think the issue is this. First of all, because this is education view HTML, so what we need to do here, okay, so let us copy this edit CV script, because we are writing the jQuery inside of this file. So let us include it at the very end of education view.html. Okay, so now let us try to refresh. So once I click edit, so I can just see the ID. First of all, let me remove this. I put this when I was debugging, okay? But here, I think we need to do something like this. So here let me use input. Okay, the value should be edit perfect. Then after the class should be bit n warning, bit n sum, okay, bit n edit. Then after here I can say data ID is equal to here I can say edu.id, right? educa.id. Perfect. So let us refresh. Okay, once I click off, so it is button warning, button SM. Okay, no worry. So let us remove this input, but also we need to put type. So the type is button. Control S to save the changes. Then let us refresh. This is perfect. Once I click edit, okay. So this is class. Let us copy this and I paste it here. So this is going to be a class. Refresh. So once I click edit, you can see education ID is 2, education ID is 3, education ID is 4. So after that, what we need to do here is, so inside here, we can have another table like this, okay? We can have another table like this. So start from here. So I paste it here. Then after, Control S to save the changes. Then let us refresh. All right, so this is perfect. What we can actually do here is just to remove this, right? Then after, okay, just take this. Okay, in short, I can say I need something like, let me remove this. Let me say this is input, right? Type is text. ID is institution, right? Year and award. Okay, here the class is, let me say this is form control. Delete this. Control S to save the changes. Then after, let us refresh. So we need something like this, right? Copy this. So this is institution. So this is year. So this should be hourly. Right? So I don't have something like this, but also I don't have something like this. Okay, so it should be something like this, inspect. So here, underneath of button, can say update, crash bit and success. Control S to save the changes. It has a refresh. So this is perfect. And this table, ID, I can say T-body. Control S to save the changes. Okay, let me put a style for this. Display, I can say this is none, right? So once this button is clicked, let me cut this. So this should be div, right? The class should be don't know what class to put. So update academic info. Cut this. So let us say this display is, so on each section I'll give you an assignment, all right? So display should be none. Refresh. So after that, once I click that button, should come up here, say something like this, that class dot show. So refresh this, click here. So here I need to close, another button to close. ID close academic, okay. Control S to save the changes. Copy this. So let me copy this. Then after, so on click, oh Jesus, don't know even what is happening to me. So on a click, this is ID. Okay. So just want to do something like this. So I need it to hide it. Control S to save the changes. So once I click edit, and once I click close, but close should be, let me say this is info. Okay. So this is info. Perfect. So what next is let me come here. So here I think we can, okay. So once this button is clicked, this is edit, but what we need actually is something like this. Let us copy this. Okay, then after, so I copy this, paste it here, right? Then after, I just need 3 information. Okay, so this should be fetch academic. Then after, what I need is institution. I need year and award. I need year and award. Year and award. Perfect. Then after, so here, let me copy this. And here I had the fetch profile. So what I can do here, I can still copy this, paste it here, right? So this is going to be fetch academic. So this should be user education, and this should be academic, but here we need ID is equal to ID, right? Then after this should be something like this. We don't need too much information. Boom, boom, boom. So here, what we need actually here, copy this, user profile. Okay, so this should be, so in user education, we need institution, so here we need institution, which is actually a institution. So education, a institution. We actually need we need a year, which is actual year, and we need awards, which is a award. Perfect. So this is actually what we need, and the name of this is fetch academic. So once we come here, we do something like this. So this is going to be the path, let me say academic. Okay. So it is going to be fetch academic. Okay, and here this should be fetch academic. Copy this and paste it here. Control S to save the changes. Now let's go. So refresh. Once I click edit, wow, this is amazing. Cambridge, this is year. Once I click edit, you can see Harvard. Once I click, you can see. So after that, we need to, of course, save the information here. Okay. So how are we going to do that? This is pretty simple. It is like here. Okay. It is like here on edit profile. So I'd like to copy this. Things are just repeating themselves. Then search. Okay, so what I would like to do is copy this, the profile, and paste here above. So this is going to be update academic. So I want to get ID. Let's remove everything from here. I would like to get ID. I would like to get institution. I would like to get year. So this is year. I would like to get award. I would like to get award. So this is award, and here this should be academic. Academic. So let me copy this. So in our backend model, it is A institution, which is equal to institution. Then after year, which is actual year. First of all, let me remove everything from here. So in the Django model, this is A year, which is equal to year. This is A award, which is equal to award. Perfect. Update academic should come here in URLs. Right, so this should be update. Can say this is update academic. So this is update academic, and this is going to be update academic. Update academic. So copy this, Control S to save the changes. Come here. So this should be something like this. No. So this will help us, of course, to this will help us to get the just to fetch the information. So let's copy this and see if we can create save or update button. Copy and paste it here. So it's a lot of source code, line 70. Okay. So here this should be btn delete. Btn delete. And we don't need any information than the ID. Okay. And here we don't need this. We don't need data. And we don't need this. Remember that there is an assignment for you, okay? There is an assignment for you, okay? So this will hide, no worry. So what I can do here in education view, what I can do here is let me copy this. Okay, so this should be delete, right? This should be danger. This should be bit and delete. Control S to save the changes, right? Then after, let us come here. This is delete. Okay. So let's come here. First of all, let us see if we can update the information, right? So let us, I'm too fasty. So let me say updated. Once I click save, nothing happened. Okay, let me refresh. Nothing. Click on edit. Once I click update, first of all, let's come here. Okay, so copy, and this should be save academic. Let us copy this. Come here. So this is delete. Okay, this is for fetching. Btn edit. Okay, so let us copy this once again. Okay. Oof. Okay, so let us come here. Copy this, save academic. So this should be ID, right? ID like this. Okay. So here in ID, I needed to collect the following information, which is institution. Okay. Institution dot val. Okay. Another information is year. Another information is award. Okay. Control S to save the changes. So here I'll put institution year and award. So let me copy this. Let me say this is an institution. Take institution, there is year. This should be year. Institution, there is year, and there is award. Perfect. So let us come here. So we have this fetch academic and we have this update academic. So let us copy this. I don't know if you understand, guys. Paste it here. Update academic, Control S to save the changes. So because this is save academic. So here, after that, let me come here. I think there is a div here. So this is a table, right? So below table, I would like to say hi, as normal as usual. Oh, hi, thank you. So here, can put div ID. I can say save academic status. So I can copy this, okay. We have actually done this. So what I can do here, let me search for something like this. Copy this, right? So don't write too much. So this is edit script, do something like this, but it is not like this, it is this. Okay, copy that, boom, boom. Okay, I can say academic information updated. Control S to save the changes. So let us try. So this is Cambridge updated. Once I click update, okay, and quote cannot convert, there is error. Console. Okay, first of all, let me remove this. So click here, say updated, click update. Education ID is undefined. Okay. Can see education ID is undefined. Okay, so this is very simple. This is very simple, right? So let me show you how to do it. So I can come up here, and here I can say this is input, right? No, let us just use this, or no. Here this is input, right? So what I can do here, okay, let me take ID. So let me say this is academic ID. Let me remove this. So academic ID. So here I can say ID is equal to academic ID. And let me do something like this, guys. So refresh. So once I click here, okay, once I click this button, I need to put here the academic ID. Okay, so how do we do that? So let me come here. So here is when I click fetch academic. So here this is academic ID. I put here, so dot value is ID. Control S to save the changes. We are done. So let us refresh here. So once I click here, you can see this is 3. Once oh Jesus, thank you. So after that, I don't need to bother here once I go to update the information. So this is self academic. So here I don't want to, right? So what I can do here, can do something like this. Dot value. Okay, so I can say let ID is equal to Control S to save the changes, right? Then after this should be hidden, right? Oh Jesus. So this should be hidden. So let us refresh here. So once I click here and I say updated, once I click update, okay, still I can see cannot convert undefined to, okay. So here let me say save education ID is, okay, refresh. Once I click something like this and I put updated and update, save education ID is equal, so cannot convert null to object entries anonymous, so there is error. Okay, what is that error? From where? Okay, this is very minor issue. So let's say something. This is very minor issue. Copy this, right? Now we are good to go, right? So do something like this. So let me say updated, the click update. Academic information updated is successful. So after that message, I needed to close. So update academic info, I should hide after once we have updated. So guys, listen to me careful. There is an assignment for you. Be careful and understand. Listen to understand. Oh, what is this happening? So let me come here in the backend. So this is update academic, copy. Okay. Update academic. So where is Jesus? So once I come here, there is no this view. Oh, so this is the view. We get institution, year, award. So academic dot update. Jesus. Oh. So this should be ID is equal to ID, right? Institution. Control S to save the changes. Then after, let us refresh. Click here. Say updated. Click update. Academic information updated is successful. Once I refresh here, wow, this is perfect. Cambridge updated. So let us remove this. There is an assignment for you guys. Okay. So don't think that this is a free Wi-Fi. So let me edit here. So let me say this is third class. Perfect. So let me edit this. So let me say, guys, we are done. Okay, so after that we need to implement delete, but let me come back here and see if there is an assignment for you. Okay, let me see if I can have an assignment for you. Here we managed, of course, to edit. Okay, let me click. We managed to edit. We also managed to delete. So here in education background we can edit and we are going to implement delete. But here on a referee, this should be your assignment, right? Make sure you are able. How many assignments do you have? So here, what you need to make sure that you are able to edit, view, and delete. And once you stuck, don't hesitate to don't hesitate to ask on my channel, right? Okay, that's perfect. So once I come here at home, you can see we can create a CV, right? We can view CV and we can edit. So those are the functionality: create, view, and edit. So let us finalize here on edit. This is your assignment, guys. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to delete, to end of functionality of delete. So here you must have assignment, because maybe you must have an assignment, right? So here there is a button delete. So this is the button. So it is bit and delete. And what we can do here, first of all, so this is for fetching information. This is for saving, update. So this is for deleting. So here on delete, what I need is actually, I don't need too much information. Okay, let me show you how to do this. Perfect. It is pretty simple. So let me find the delete profile, copy it, come here in views, search it, right? So delete is very simple. Okay. Delete is very simple. Copy and I paste it here. So this is going to be delete academic. Then after this should be academic. Here, instead of using a profile, let me say user education. Perfect. Dot delete. So what we need to come to do here is actually copying this, pasting it here. This should be delete academic. Okay. So this is delete academic. Perfect. And the name should be delete academic. So delete functionality is very much simple. So let me copy this. And once I come here, okay, paste it here. Control S to save the changes. So once the information is deleted, we can copy this. Okay, once information is successfully deleted, I don't want this. So we can say that academic information deleted successful. Deleted successful. Control S to save the changes, right? Then after, let us refresh our page. Academic delete not found, delete academic. Okay, so delete academic not found. It is because we have not saved this URL file. Refresh here and let's go. Nothing to stop us. Let us see what is happening on our server. Okay, okay. Which line? Control S to save the changes. Refresh. So once I come here, edit, and once I want to delete this, there is error. First of all, once I click delete, okay. So what we needed to do here, let us come here. First of all, we don't need to show this. Perfect. Then after, we needed to take ID, CSRF token. This should be enough. Control S to save the changes. Refresh. So once I click delete, there is an error. What is that error? Something is wrong in the background. So let us come here in views. So this should be so this we needed to delete by ID. Okay, so let us refresh. Once I click delete, academic information deleted is successful, and once I refresh here, you can see we have successfully deleted, right? So this is perfect. We are done, and actually we are going to an end of this session. What I need here to show what what I needed to do here is to show you an assignment. First of all, here on create, I think there is one assignment. As you can see here, we have add professional skills, we have add education background, we have add referees information, but also you needed to add the experience. So that is one of your assignment. Okay, so let me come here. So once I come here in view, here there is no assignment for you. Okay, this is perfect, but what is going to be done here is actually to implement the download. Okay, download functionality, the functionality to download the PDF. Okay, so but here once I come here in edit, you have an assignment. All of these functionality are implemented on a profile education background, but here on referees, you need to implement edit and delete. Okay, like here, what I've done. So this is going to be your assignment. Okay, so the next thing to do here is actually, let me click here. The next thing to do after here, I've said that we are done. This is your assignment. So let me get back here. The next functionality to do is to be able to download this PDF CV. That is of course going to be the last functionality. So let us implement the download functionality. So here, let us open up dashboard, right? So this is dashboard. What we need here after editing, let me copy this and paste it here. And I would like to say this is actually, this is downloading download the PDF, and this should be warning. Okay, then after here, this should be CV download. So ID is as normal as usual. Copy this, then I'll paste it here. So let us create a view which will help us to actually download the PDF. So for the case of downloading PDF, we are using PDF kit. So we need to import PDF kit, right? So there is different way to install PDF kit in Windows and in Linux. So I'll not cover on installation, so you can take a few moments to download the PDF kit. In Linux, it's very simple. It's just one command, but in Windows, you will need it to actually download it. Okay. Once you download it, make sure you add the path to the environment variables. But this will not be covered in this session. Okay. But you can please contact me, or you can put comment. So once you start to do this, maybe I can help you or I can guide you, but this is not what will be covered in this session. So here let us create a view, Django view for in short, downloading the PDF. So this is going to be generate PDF underscore PDF bracket. This is request, right? Then after should it take ID? Then after here, let me print ID. Can say ID is, so this is ID, print ID. So PDF, okay. I'm thinking to add another assignment for you, but don't hate me, to help you when learning. So this is PDF kit, okay, dot from URL. Okay, I need to put a bracket, then after request dot build underscore absolute URI bracket reverse, okay, put a bracket, then this is CV detail, comma, aux, which is ID. Okay, this is ID. Then after, okay, this should be false. After that, response, okay, response is equal to HTTP response PDF, comma, we need to specify the content type, content underscore type. The content type is actual application slash PDF. Application slash PDF. Okay, Then after this should be okay, response. Content disposition is equal to attachment okay, is equal to attachment. This should be, I think, comma here. File name should be cv.pdf. I think it should be something like this. So let me see. So this should be args as it is, right? So let me copy this. I want to compare, so as I can see where do we make a mistake. Okay, so here this is args, this is okay. I want to see where do we make a mistake. Okay, so we forget to put this. That's perfect. And here, let me see the last line. Just to see where do we make a mistake. Attachment. So this should be something like this. Okay. And after perfect. So that way. Then after we need to return a response. Okay. Return response. Control S to save the changes. Let us come here. Okay, so what we can do here, this was the CV details. So let me copy this and paste it here. So this is going to be CV download. Okay, and the view is generate PDF. The name is CV download. Download. Perfect. So let us refresh. Okay, so let us try to download this CV. Leave as text, no argument. Okay, so let us see our mistake here. Reverse. Sorry, with URL reverse. What is the problem? So Control S to save the changes. Let's try this. So what is the problem? So let me come here in URLs. This should be generate CV. So once I click, let me click view. Dashboard, once I click download, reverse CV detail. So this is CV detail. First of all, let me see if I am able to see the ID. Download CV ID. Okay, so let's get back here, refresh, click download. You can see download CV ID is equal to 1, but here we get an error that reverse text no argument. Okay, reverse text no argument. I know the issue is this, no worry. Right? Not this reverse. Okay, so this is the reverse we want, and not that one. Okay, how do you loop? Jesus. So this is the reverse we want. Import shortcut. Okay, now we should be able to download our PDF CV. So refresh here, click on download. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. So this is actual our CV. As you can see here, but there is something wrong. Don't know. Once I click view, okay, can see something has changed. So forget about that, we'll fix it later on. So here on a create CV here, okay, actually here on a create CV, would like to make some changes here. So once user click create CV, okay, would like it to start by this. Okay, let me click here inspect. Okay, first of all, create CV. So we're actually doing some modification before we close up this session. It is getting too long and I don't want you to get bored. Okay, so let us copy this. So this is wind up. Okay, remember my assignment. So this is create CV. So on create CV, if I find this, so this is create CV _.html. So let us open up this. And what we can do here, remove the card, right? So let us remain with something like this. Okay, I think this is perfect. Okay, maybe this can be card. Oh, perfect. So click on add it to add the form, then fill in your detail and submit. So this should be card. We're just doing some we are polishing our web app. Class, let's say this is card, right? So this also should be card. Perfect. But also this should be card. I think this is perfect. So the next thing we are going to achieve here, this should also be card. Okay, so it is looking like this. So here, let me click here, inspect. So once I click here, save, can get error. Okay, let me see where is error coming from. This is from save profile. Okay, so here I want to find the save profile. So upload profile. Let me find this view. So here on upload profile, you can see here we saved it by CV ID. Okay, CV ID is equal to 1, right? But where is this CV ID? So in short, let me find the profile. So here on profile we have CV ID. So what we can do here, or what we can achieve, let me go on CV. Okay, so this is the CV. So what I can do here, okay, I want to do something here. So for the first time, it should be something like this. So this is CV. So here I can say CV dot objects. Okay. So in models here, let me import CV. Okay, finally I'm lost. No worry. So where is an error? So here, this. So dot create, put a bracket, and here, as you can see, there is user ID. Okay, so I can say user ID is equal to UID. Okay, and the UID, what is user ID? Is let me just say user ID. Okay, user ID. Okay, so this user ID is equal to request dot user dot ID. So this is user ID. So we needed to create this ID. Then after, CV ID, what we needed to do here, can say CV ID is equal to CV dot objects dot get, okay, user ID is equal to user ID. Okay, so it should be cv.objects.get user ID is equal to user ID. Okay, Control S to save the changes. Then after here, what I can actually do, okay, so let me say this is CV ID. So let us Control S to save the changes. So let us remove this. So this is admin profile here. There is no profile CV. Okay, so let us remove this. So once I remove this, everything will be deleted. No. So let me try something here. Let me just put random data. Try to save. Okay, it's by default I'll get an error. Okay, but once we delete this, okay, okay, Noel. So this is male, occupation. This is phone number, Spain, Madrid, IT. Choose a profile. So let me click here. So what if I click save? Do I still get internal error? ID expected, but got CV, Motec. So which line? So let me refresh here. Here we have CV. We have, of course, information, but in CV, what is this happening? So ID 1, this ID 2. But why does it return an error? Say expected number, but got CV, Motec. Okay, no worry. So this is for creating. So let me print this. So let me say object cv.object.filter. Okay, dot values. Here, let me say I want ID. What do I want from CV? We want ID. So let's say this is ID. And here, let us try to print this CV ID. So CV ID is okay, CV ID okay, so let me Ctrl S to save the changes. Then after here, let us remove this. But not only this, let us do something like this. So this should be list CV ID. Then after CV ID should be integer. Okay. Let us remove this. This is CV. This is profile. Let us no profile, no CV. Okay. Okay. Right. So I think this is going to be a perfect way. Okay. So let us try once again. Let us refresh this. Noel, gender. Okay. So what if I click save? There is internal server error. What is that error? Let us see. So argument must be a string. Okay. Int argument must be a string but or real number. So can you see the CV ID is something like this. CV ID. This is quell set. So okay, let me pause this video and see what is an error. How to fix. So let us proceed. Okay, so here what we actually need here is this should be value list. Okay, this should be ID, and here let us say this is a flat. This is equal to true. Then after okay, So let us cut this and paste it here. Ctrl S to save the changes. So here in admin panel, this is a CV. Just delete it. Perfect. We are good to go. So here, let us refresh this page. So here, let me say Motec, Moses, Noel, okay, mail. Let me put any date. This is my email. This is actually my phone number. Madrid. I'm IT expert. Let me choose. Now let me put my real image. Okay, so that is image. Okay. That is my image. So let me click save. You can see profile successfully saved. Okay. So we have successfully saved a profile. So this is create CV. What I want to achieve exactly. Okay. Create a CV. So this should be create CV, right? So this is create CV. So what I can do here, I needed to let me say user ID is equal to request dot user dot ID. Then after, okay. Then after, what I need here, let me check if user has a profile. I mean, if user has a CV. So if user has a CV, don't know the best way to put this. Okay, I'm thinking how to put it. So get ID. I want to do something here. Okay. So I want to check if profile exists. Okay, so I should check by CV ID. So I can copy this. Find the dashboard. Okay. Can do something like this. So this is for checking if profile exists. Okay. So here, go to check a profile. The profile, I'll filter CV ID. Okay, so this is by CV ID. So let me, so actually this is thinking how to put it the best way. The purpose is if the profile exists, user should not be able to see the form, this form, right? So here we'll get the CV ID. Okay, after getting this, let us copy this. I think this is very possible, right? This is very possible. So here I'll say profile profile.cvid. Okay, so I hope to get the CV ID here. So this is CV ID. Here let me say profile. Let me change here. Profile ID, and here let me put context like this, right? So this is profile ID. I don't know if my technique works because I'm also trying it with you here. And let us put here okay. So let me refresh this. So once I come here in create CV, let me say if profile, first of all here, okay, let me refresh. I can't see anything, okay. Okay, so this is create. So let me get back here, refresh, list in out of range, Y, profile ID, CV ID. Okay, profile ID. Okay. So let me refresh the page. We want to have smart code. Refresh. Can see, can still have. So it is still so here. Okay. So let me show you how to debug this. Let us copy this, paste it here. right? Perfect. So let us refresh. Okay. Let me see. You can see the profile ID is empty. Why is empty? Let me see here. Okay. What I want to achieve here is profile.object.filter CV. Okay, CV ID should be equal to, okay. This is amazing. So this should be equal to CV ID, something like this. Let me refresh. So there is no error. Jesus, that's perfect. You can see profile ID is equal to 7. So here, what I want to achieve here is on, let me, okay. So on create CV, on create CV, dashboard. So actually, what I'm doing should not be here. Okay, should be on create CV.html. So let me copy everything from here and I come here, the paste. Okay, cut this. Okay, let me remove this. No, let me not remove. Okay, let me just leave it at ease as it is. Control S to save the changes. Then after, let us refresh. You can see ID is 7. So what I want to do here is, can say if I come here on CV, okay, let me remove this and I say, oh, okay, I actually I don't need to put the, okay, I can come here. This is create CV. What I can do here, I can say if, okay, if profile ID, okay, if profile ID then let me copy this and paste it here. Else, okay, So here I can say if is not none, not none, so let us refresh. You can see. So let me try out it to register cognito. Let me register as a new user. Okay, so sign up. Okay, let me say the user is tester. Oops, John, sign up, tester. So let me sign in. So tester, sign in. Okay, you can see, can get error here on dashboard. Why? So here on dashboard, let us remove everything. On user dashboard, because as we have seen that once a new user come in, let us control the changes. Refresh. So I can see CV detail. Okay. So this is another thing. Okay. CV detail. Okay, so let me come here on dashboard. So here on dashboard, we needed to do something for sure. Okay. We are actually not. Okay. So here, let me control Z. We needed to do something. We have button. Let me come up here. Let me get back here. We have button create, view, and edit. So if user has not created, so here the game is, let us check if the user ID is present in CV. If user is not there, user should only be able to see the create CV button. Okay. So what we can actually do here, is just like this. So here we are checking if there is CV.t, if this user existing. Okay, so we don't have this, no need to have this. So here can say that if CV.id is not none, then okay, if it's not none, okay, it's not none. Here what we can do, let me create context here. Copy. So this is a context. Okay, so here let me say status. status, okay, status create, okay, status no CV, perfect, else yes, there is CV, and remove this unreachable code. So here on dashboard, okay, can say this is dashboard. So let me put condition here. So if status is equal to no, okay, if status is equal to no, let's say P, there is no CV. Else there is CV. There is CV. Then after let's end if here. And if Control S to save the changes. So this is user Motec. Let me refresh here. Oh, there is no CV. What is this? Okay, so let me come here. Okay, so what I can do here. So okay, let me say it is simple. Let me just say type. The type will return integer. Okay, so here so if is not equal to int, so if type, this will actually, let me say that status, let me cut this. There is a CV here, no CV. Let us refresh. Oh, there is no CV. Let me copy this, print type, okay, if int so refresh this, there is no CV. So here let me say data type, class int. So let me copy this. Control S to save the changes. Let me refresh. Say there is CV. There is CV. Okay, let me come here. If status is equal, okay. Oh. Okay, so let me come here. Status, there is a CV, no CV. So if status okay, okay, there is a CV, copy. If status is equal to this, means there is a CV, else no CV, no CV. Okay, so let me refresh. No is a CV. No CV. Okay, so this should be there is CV. But here we need to simplify. Okay. Okay, so here what I can type maybe okay, type okay, no CV. Okay, here let me do something. I just want to use a very shortcut way. Okay, so here let me put data type here. Let me say data type. So let us refresh. Still there is no CV. So let me try. Still no CV. So here let us remove this. Okay, remove everything up to here, and here let's say is instance. Okay, then after CV ID, comma int. Okay, then after, let us refresh. You can see there is a CV. So if there is a CV, as you can see the status, if there is a CV, first of all, if no CV means that user needed to see this button, create CV. So I would cut this and paste it here, right? Then after, if there is a CV, means user needed to edit the CV. User needed to view, to edit and delete. So I would like to cut everything from here. Okay. So this should be perfect. So if user has a CV, means user should edit the CV. It should be like this. So user must click here to edit, either to edit the profile or to edit. No, excuse me guys. So user should keep on C create. Okay. Let me leave at it was. Okay. So guys, think I'm lost. So here, if there is a CV, if no CV, user should only be able to view create a CV. But if, let me show you how to do this. This is perfect. So refresh here. So create view edit. So let me come here in user tester. You can see index out of range. Okay. What is the problem here? So views line number 39, which is this one. Okay. So here, what we can do, we can start to do try except. Okay, try. If it fails, then okay, try. Try the following. Okay, so this should be exception as E. So this is art of coding. So if there is error, then Ctrl S to save the changes. Let us try to do this. Oh, this is perfect. Oh, Jesus, we are genius, right? So if user has no CV, should only be able to see this. Okay, should be only create. But if user has created, should be able to view, create, view, edit, and download. Okay, so here we go. Okay, the next thing we need to do here is once we click on create, so we should not be able to see this because we have already created a profile, right? So you can see these are almost okay. So this is on the section of dashboard. Okay, so as you can see, so here we have button create CV. Also here we have button create CV. So let us finalize one thing on dashboard. So here exactly we don't need this, right? So if user has a CV, user needed to view, to edit, and download. But for this, user should be able to create the CV. Okay, we see the error, but no worry. Let us go there. So this is create CV. First of all, let me remove this. Refresh. Nothing is displaying. So I'm going to copy this. Okay, like what is here on dashboard. So going to copy this. So this is create CV. So this is create CV actual. So what is going to be done here, can show you, right? What is going to be done here? Okay, excuse me guys, let me get a chocolate a little bit. So what is going to be done here is we are going to so this is oh, so sweet. So let me copy this, right? Then after, let me remove everything from here. So let me say this is a profile ID. So this should be profile. Okay, so on profile we are going to, so this is profile. We're going to find it by CV ID. CV ID, right? This is perfect. Then after, can do something like this. Coding is for for everyone, right? Not for few people. This should be profile ID. This should also be profile ID. Okay. Here I can say there is a profile. No profile. Control S to save the changes. Then after we need to create. Okay. We need something like that. So let me remove this. Control S to save the changes. So let us try out to refresh. Oh, Jesus. So here, let us take this condition. If status, so here is create CV. Okay. So if status is equal to, there is a profile. If status is equal, there is profile. So we don't need, we need to display empty paragraph. Then after else, then we need to put end if. End if should be here. Control S to save the changes. So let me refresh here. You can see. But once I come here, let me show you first of all. Let me come here and I copy this create. So let me copy this create. Someone is making me to laugh. So let me paste this. Control S to save the changes. Then after refresh here. So once I click create, you can see I can't see the actually I can't see the create form. I should not be able to see this because we have already created a profile, right? Because we have already created a profile, so what I need to do, it should be something like this. So if user has created a profile, user should create a profile once. Okay, user is not allowed to create a profile. I think we are doing something very perfect. So let me refresh here. You can see this is perfect, picture perfect. So as we know that we don't need to see this button create, we can actually remove it. That's perfect. Then after, let us refresh this. Let me get back here. We don't have create button. Okay. So here we go. And this is actually what is supposed to be done. Okay. User can see this form because already he or she has not yet to create a profile, right? So what we need to do here after this, actually I can say that we are almost going to close this session, whether you believe or not. Okay, so I want to do something. So let me create a profile here. So let me say this is James, the first name. The middle name, let me put David. I don't know why I like to use David. This should be David. Okay, the gender should be male. So this is occupation ML. Email should be James David, right? Then after phone number should be blah blah. The country should be, let me say Tanzania. Region, let me say Dar es Salaam. Let me say Dodoma. Biography, let me say librarian, right? So this is librarian. Let librarian choose image. So let me say this is profile for librarian. Oh, this is too bigger. It will actually not display well. So let me come here. Let me take this as my profile. Then let's click save. Profile successful, added. So once I come here at home, this is magic. You can see I'm able to view my profile. There's no information of my background, education, and the referees, but also I can download, oh Jesus, I can download the PDF, right? So this is how it looks like. So let us wind up our course. Actually, what I wanted to achieve here, okay, so you edit. I don't want to edit. If I click edit, you can see we can't edit, right? View, we can view. Okay, if we delete, we can actually not be able to delete. Okay, so let me come back here. Let me sign out and let me register as another user. So let me say this is Sarah. Okay, at gmail.com. So username is Sarah, the password is Sarah. Okay, after that, first of all, let me sign in as a okay, let me sign up here. Okay, but let me sign in as tester. So once I click edit CV, okay, that's why I was saying that the create button should be displayed, right? We needed to display it, okay, no matter what. Okay, let me get back here. So once I click this, so let me try out to add professional skills. Okay, let me say Microsoft Excel beginner, then let me click save. Inspect it. Click save. We can see there is error. Okay, so we needed to fix this, and the error is here in skill save. Okay, so here there is an error. Okay, copy this. So in URLs, copy this. So actually what we need here is CV ID. Okay, I want to get the CV ID of a user because we are saving by CV ID. Okay, so actually to get the CV ID is pretty easy. You can just copy this. To get the CV ID is very easy. Okay, but we need to be very careful, right? So let me copy this. So actually this is the CV ID, but what we need to do here is let us we can have a certain piece of code which is try. Okay. CV. Okay, this is amazing. Let me copy this. Okay, then after save skill. Okay, save skill. Okay, so I want to have a certain piece of code. So first of all, I'll try to do something like this. Okay, try to get the CV ID. So if we get an error, means that we need to create the CV ID. So this is a piece of code which will be reusable. Try exception as e. If we get an error, then after we need to create. Okay, so it should be something like this. Then after we should be actually fine to go. Okay, then after here, this ID, this should be equal to CV ID. Okay, this is perfect. So let me copy this piece of code and let me paste it here. Let me find that something responsive on desktop. Boom, 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 backend. Okay, Control S to save the changes. Then after, let's go. Skill. So let me refresh here. Let me add a form. Add another form. So let me say Excel, I'm beginner. PowerPoint, I'm beginner. Let me click save. I can still get an error. What is that error? And at which line? Foreign key constraint failed. Okay. What is causing this error? Okay, so here we try to get the CV ID. But if we get an error, so first of all, I don't know what is causing this error. So let me comment this line, or let me say print hi, right? Then after, let us refresh, add PowerPoint beginner, click save. Okay, it is successfully saved. Okay, so this is perfect. But another assumption, what I want to do here, okay, I'm thinking which is better design to put here. Okay, I can try something like this. Okay, try. Okay, if is int, then we should not have a problem. Okay, else we need to create. Okay, here I can say no problem, no problem. Okay, then after we proceed. So let me refresh this. Excel, beginner, click save. Data saved. Okay, so let me sign out and register as sign up as new user. So this should be tester2. Copy, the email is tester2@gmail.com. The password is tester2. Sign up. Let us sign in. So this is tester2. Then after, sign in. So click on create. We don't want to start to create this. So let us start to create this. So let me say Python. The level is beginner. So let me click save. I think there is error, and I'm here to fix it. What happens if I click save? there is internal error. Okay. Okay, there is an error. So we can simplify. This seems will be a cumbersome work. So we can restrict user to create a profile before creating other information. And this is going to be one of the good method to go around this. So let's come here. There is a profile, nothing. If no, okay, I'm thinking on how to put this. There is a profile, none should be displayed, but thinking how to put it. There is a profile, don't display anything. So if there is a profile, we need to display the remaining information. So what we can do here, actually, something like this. Okay, we need to be genius for sure. Let me get chocolate here. So nice. Okay, so let me come here. If there is a profile, so let me say if no profile. If no profile, then after, user should start to do this. Okay, I just want to simplify because I think instructor himself is tired. So if no profile, then user should be able to create the profile. Else, we need to copy everything from here. Actually, take this form, another form, another form. So let me take this and paste them here. Control S to save the changes. So let me refresh here. As you can see, who is this? Hello tester. So here, click on add to add info, to add the form, then fill in details. So let me find this. And after, so here we can say, after creating a profile, you can start creating, you can start creating or filling other details, right? So here the class should be text danger, Control S to save the changes. So here we just tell the user that after creating a profile, you can start filling other details like skills, like education, background, okay, referees, and I think is what else? Editing, yes. Control is to save the changes. Then after, once I come back here, so this is creative CV. So here on save skill, I don't want this. And this is a code, I'll paste it. Okay, so responsive. This is forgetting CV ID. Okay guys, so let me refresh here. Cut this. Paste them here. Then after refresh. Okay, so here what I can do here, let me say my name is tester. My name is tester, gender male, date of birth, occupation, email at gmail.com, okay, Madrid. So click save. Profile saved is successful. So once I click refresh, now I can be able to add the professional skills information. Okay. So let me cut this. Refresh here. So once I click this, I can say Python perfect beginner. Once I click save, single skill saved. Okay, let me remove this. Actually, let me add a form here. Let me add a form here. Let me say UDism. Okay, this is 30 class. Once I click save, I'll actually get an error. I know why. Let us copy this. Let us find in URLs. Let us find the education, save education. So here on education, what we need to add is this a piece of code, very small piece of code. A very small piece of code. Okay guys, so let's copy this, then after let me paste it here. Control S to save the changes, and here this should be CV ID. Refresh, click here. So let me say this is UDism. Let me say this is Harvard. Third class, click on save. You can see education saved. Okay, let me also try to add more multiple. So let me say this is UDism. Let me say this is Udom. Click on save. Oh, can you see the error? Why? Because of here. Okay, let us refresh. So Udom, this is a year. Award, Udism, this is a year. Award, click save. We are good to go, but I think here also there is a problem. Okay, there might be a problem. So put this is equal to CV ID. Okay, once I click here, add, let me say level. The level is intermediate. Django, the level is advanced. Click on save. We are good to go. So let us finalize here on add form. So let me say this is Bill Gates. Okay, let me say this is business. This is phone number. This is email. Once I click save here, you must be able to see the error. So let me copy this. Copy this. Right. Then after, what I need to do here. So this is self-referee. I just needed to take this piece of code. Okay, it is very simple. Okay, here we start. So CV ID should be equal to CV ID. That's perfect. Control S to save the changes. Right? Refresh. Once I click add, I should be able to add blah blah and the email. Once I click, you can see save. Once I add more, Gerard, phone number, that is save, multiple. This is perfect. Actually, I'm good to say this is actual the end of this course, but I want to show you something. Okay, I want to show you something amazing. Okay, I want to show you something amazing and I give you an assignment. Okay, these things are not easy. Okay, so here we have div, which is wrapper skill. Copy this, right? So that is wrapper skill. Let me open up Creative. Then let me find it something like this. Wrapper skill, append row. Okay, so I can copy this. I'm finding an assignment for you guys, right? Let me copy this, and I'm actually going to show you. This is an assignment, right? So let me save it. I just needed to save it on desktop. So moses.html, and let me show you the magic. Copy this, find it, okay, copy this, find it, so let me remove this. I don't know what I've been doing here. I want to show you a magic key. Okay, then after, I'm finding an assignment for you guys. Okay, so what I can do here in this assignment, I want to show you amazing trick. Let me copy this, right? Then after here, this is actually what you will be doing. Okay, paste something like this. Ctrl S to save the changes. Then after, let us refresh. You can see at the beginning we have only one form. Okay, we have only one form. Okay, okay, we have only one form, but I think if I click add, I should be able to add the form. Okay, but here let me remove this delete button. I want to give you this magic. Okay, so this is magic, a simple magic. Okay, so here add more. Okay, but what we want to do here is actual. Okay, here I can say add more. Add more, right? Then after, copy this. Okay, copy this and paste it here. So this should be let me copy this. So let me refresh. Once I click add more, you can see I'm able to add more forms. Okay, once I delete, I'm able to delete. So after that, so this is button save. Okay, so this is button save. Okay, so let me copy this button, right? So at the beginning we have something like this. So let me figure it out. Add more, right? We should be able to see save. Okay. Okay, so what I can do here, so let me leave delete button here as it is. Okay. Let me copy this. I think if I, okay, at the beginning, save. So increment dot show. Okay, let us refresh. Once I click add, you can see there is error here. But what I want to achieve here is okay, so let me put something. Multiple data saved. So actual, okay, no worry. What I want to do, this is added, this is save. So where is your wrapper? So this is added, this is save. But this should not be hidden at the first press. Okay. So I know what I can do. So let me comment this. In short, I want something like this. Then let me remove this save form. Okay. Control S to save the changes. So initially I want something like this. Okay. Once I click add more, I'm able to add more forms. Okay. Once I delete, I must be able to delete. Okay. Still something is wrong. So let me find here the increment. Okay. So if A is equal to 0, let me say A is equal to 1. I'm looking for an assignment for you. So let me click, let me add, let me delete, off. Okay. Don't know what is this happening. Control. So let me and comment this. So add, delete, delete. Oh, perfect. We are good to go. So so this button, I needed to size it. Add more. Can say padding top. Let me say 3 pixel. Okay. Control S to save the changes. Okay. Cut this. Actually paste it here. Control S to save the changes. Okay. Control S to save the changes. So this is perfect, right? So what we needed to achieve is, so this is an assignment for you. You needed to do something like this at add the education, add the information. Okay. So let me try out to say JavaScript. Let me click save. Single data saved. And once I come here on skill, can see JavaScript, right? But if I refresh here and add more, right? There are some errors here, but I don't care about. So here, let me say Java, beginner, Android. This is beginner, Flutter. This is advanced. So once I click save, okay, multiple data saved. Okay, and once I refresh here, boom, guys, we are good to go. So if I delete something like this, so this is perfect. So before we close the session, I want to show you something here. Let me sign out. So here in sign in, we needed to put a link here. Okay, sign in. We are actually done, and this is actually the end of this course. An amazing course. You will never forget about it in your life. Okay, I'm talking too much. I think I need to go to it. So here, so this is our form. This is button. So here, we can say have account, sign in here. Control S to save the changes. So you can see have account, sign in here. So here we needed to put sign in link, which is log in. So URL, let me copy this. So let us refresh. Have account, sign in here. Click here. Okay. So here, in sign in, okay, here in sign in, okay, don't have account, sign up here. Okay. So don't have account, sign up here. Okay, so here, let me copy this. Okay. Control S to save the changes. Refresh. Don't have account, sign up here. So here I can sign up, here I can sign in. So before I close this session, but I think I'll tell you the assignment during the beginning of the course. You have about, I think it is, I think if not 5, it is 4 assignment you have. Okay, I'll tell you the assignment you have. Okay, you need to reach this level. So let me close this session. Thank you for having you. Put comment for improvement. If I'm talking very bad, just put comment. I'll not take it personally, but it will be the chance for me to improve. Okay, so thanks guys. Not forget to like, put comment, share, and subscribe. We finally close the long, more than 10 hours tutorial, the thing I have never taught before on YouTube. Okay, so let us make some few modification. Once I come here, let me show you the issue. So once I click view, you can see once I submit multiple form, it starts to save the beginner, it starts to save the level, then after the name. Okay, so here let us try to see something. First of all, here in your upper skill, put ID. Okay, ID is S name. Okay, and this ID is S level. Let us open. Okay, save skill. Let us open our views, but I'll create a separate tutorial for this on how you can be able to do something like this. So this is the first way, but this is the second way. No form you start to add, but here initially there is single form. So if you get any problem with this, use this, but I recommend try to use this because this is advanced level and this is part of my assignment. Okay, let us come here. So here what we can do, I think there is confusion for sure, but no worry. S level. So here let me say S level, though this is not this is not correct. Okay, S name. Yes, this is correct. Here we start with S level, then S name. Okay, so this should be S level. So S level is equal to X, then after S name is equal to Y. Control S to save the changes. And after, let us refresh. Okay, so let us add more. So here, let me say the skill I have, let me say machine learning. And here, let me say data analysis. My level is beginner. This is my level is intermediate. So once I click save, you can see multiple skill data saved. And once I come back here, and I click on view, you can see machine learning data analysis. So this is the part I wanted to fix it, okay, to you. As you remember my assignment, this what has been implemented here should be implemented here. So thank you. See you guys. Bye.